Hi. 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 Something in me. Hi. Hi. How are we all doing today? Hi, Callus. Hi, Silver. Hi, Giamesha. Hi. Hi. I have something in my eye. It's really annoying. Ah, I had a very lazy day. I had breakfast pizza and then a nap. And then I had ice cream for dinner. We were playing Civ and watching Castlevania. But now it's stream time and I forgot I had to. Ah! Hi. Hi, Metal. Today we're painting Space Dad. That's the plan at least. Oh. How are we all doing? Yeah. We built this guy a couple of weeks ago and we primed him. It's a very cool model. I'm not entirely sure which color scheme I want to go with because we have where is it? We've got like a couple of different versions to reference. We have the official version, which I don't think I want to do in all honesty. Mostly because that. Hi, Nash! You're out of Adland. Welcome. Yeah. We have the official version, which I don't know. I'm not sure I want to go for the official version. Not because I dislike it, but just because that's the one that everyone's going for at the minute. We could go for some of the older color schemes from like earlier in his timeline, like in the early like Great Crusades, which is very different. We could also go for like the original like Horus Heresy era one, which I think is the one I want to go for. I quite like that look, which I guess is like the one where most of the art. This one's kind of a blend between the two, which I quite like that. Yeah. Not 100% sure. I think I'll just see how I feel as we paint. I think I do like the red. I do like this red bit though. I like this. I like this a lot. This reminds me. That very quick. How are we all doing? Hi, queer lady face. My day's good. I woke up and had breakfast pizza with Pink, and then yeah, we were playing some stuff. We were playing some Civ and hanging out. We had a nap. We woke up and had ice cream for dinner. We had Haagen-Dazs. It was a because you know we're adults and we're allowed to do that. Okay. You desire blankets. Congratulations on your graduation, Nash. Yeah. We do be proud. Breakfast pizza does kick ass, especially when it's like takeout breakfast pizza. Yeah. Okay. That's all my paints mixed, so I guess we should just get started. Do I want to do the colors or the metals or the cloths first? I think I want to prep all of the non-metallics first. So we're gonna do some dry brushing with where is it? We're gonna start with some grey seer and overlay that from the top with some wraithbone on all of the non-metallic surfaces. Which there aren't too many, but unfortunately they are kind of everywhere. So it's going to be kind of difficult to kind of get the metal bits from the angles we want and then not get the bits we don't want. Doing it dry. What? No, it's dry brushing. Dry brushing is a technique where what you do is you get your paint onto your palette. Then what you do is you get some tissue and you slowly wipe the paint off so that it's not too wet, so that like the idea is that you gently kind of just brush along the miniature. Where's the camera? There's the camera. Ah. The idea is with dry brushing that you gently just kind of go over like this. So you'll get some marks on, and it'll create some nice layering without actually getting too much into the textures. Of course, with this particular bit, as it's the first layer, what we want is to get a nice heavy coating. We want to leave some recesses in black, because we're going to use contrast paints, which is a really lovely kind of paint tool. To kind of, what it does is in this, like if you were doing digital art, some people like to establish the levels of their artwork before they add color, and this is the same principle, the exact same principle. As you can see, most of it is getting colored in, but there's like some parts that just aren't. I need to probably change the angle of this. Yes. Pink, your best friend says, "What's up, Pinkest Punk?" I can't actually hear what you're saying. Sorry, what? The Queen of Punks greets you. I don't know if you can hear that. I do have the noise gate put on. But yeah. This is hopefully going to be quite a nice little paint session today. Lots of things to do and work on. As we can see from here, we're already getting quite a nice bit of contrast in the levels from the highest peaks to the lowest. And that's why we do this. So we get a nice, quickly applied range of levels, using nothing but the texture of the miniature itself. Yeah. Of course, we have to do that to the other side as well, even though this is going to be... You kind of heard it, good. Even though this is going to be mostly hidden by the rest of the miniature, we do still do it to the underside as well. Some more paint on my brush. Or not, apparently. Yes. Okay. But yeah, do you see what I mean about, like, how it uses the natural texture of the miniature to create these levels as you do this technique? I quite like it. It's very chill. It lets you work quickly without getting bogged down in too many details. But this is all prep work, really. We're going to be using different types of paint for this stage, depending on what the surface is. For the armor, we're going to be using some metallic paints, because I don't know how to do non-metallic metals, but I want to try something different for this one, rather than just painting metallics on. I want to see if we can get something a bit cooler. So we're going to be basing it with metallics, and then using paints over the transparent paints over the metallics. Or at least that's how I hope it'll work out. And who knows? Yeah, we're just doing our thing. Hopefully it doesn't go horribly wrong, but if it does, we can always just strip the paint off the model and start again from the beginning. But we'll probably do that off stream. Well, does that mean you're considering the metallics to be based? Oh, yeah. Miniatures are like statues, yes. Exactly correct. I just remembered. We also wanted to do some testing of our scheme on when it comes to the green stuff, the green pods. So we have the Watchers of the Lion, these little Jawa guys. So we're going to be testing out our green techniques on them. Because we don't know what that's going to look like, really. But I've heard some people... I kind of want to go for a dark green, but I do quite like the more emerald tones. And some people say I should use a different colour. I've said I should use a different colour over. So I'm gonna try both kind of processes on one of these each before we decide what we want to do with the main guy. Because we've not done this before. We've not tried to paint this scheme before. So it's important. And I'm glad that we've got these guys to test stuff out on. What we've also done is we've magnetized these guys. So that, because these are actually tokens for an ability the lion has in game. The idea is we've magnetized these so that when he uses that ability, we remove these because he can only use it twice. So we've got 2 of these guys to go with him to represent that. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, why do I still have this up? I don't need this up. Taking up too much of the screen. I'm still not sure which I want to go for. I think we'll probably go for something more like this because we want to use it in both Horus Heresy and the new one. Who is this guy? This is have you been to our Monday book streams? So this is Lionel Johnson, the first of the Emperor's sons in Warhammer 40,000. He is the first Primarch of the First Legion and the template from which all of his demigod brothers were derived. He is the oldest and arguably the most skilled in combat, but he's also a bit autistic and doesn't really know how to deal with people. Which seems to be canon. But yeah. He is basically if you play the game, he's meant to be one of like the strongest characters. Cat, please do not when I'm painting. I do not want cat fur on my miniature. Please, cat. No. No. Punk is playing with the catos in the background. Oh. He is Space Daddy. But yes, he's the protagonist, one of the 3 protagonists of the book that we're reading in our book reading streams on Monday, The Lion, Son of the Forest. Which is a very cool book, and probably one of my favorites I've read in a long time. He was betrayed by his son Luther. Well, his brother Luther. Technically, Luther was his adopted father, but kind of was jealous of the lion kind of being better than he was at everything he tried to do. And he almost let a nuclear bomb go off inside the lion's spaceship. And Lionel Johnson thought he was being a bit sus, so he sent him to Caliban, sort of as a bit of a banishment, but like not really, to recruit the next generation of soldiers for his Dark Angel's Legion. And so he went off and did that. But he'd also turned traitor. So the Lion has been involved in so many things during the Horus Heresy because he was like the first. The Dark Angel's Legion was basically who the Emperor would send to go and fight anything that he thought was too much for anyone else. So yes, they are the best Legion. They're also the Legion that you guys chose for me on my subathon when I voted for when we hit that goal and you guys voted. They are basically like Space Knights. Yeah. I still haven't finished the book, because obviously I'm doing it on stream. Probably be a couple more weeks before we finish it. Yeah. He is accompanied by 2 Watchers in the Dark, who are warp creatures allied with the Emperor, it would seem. No one really knows what they're about, truly. But they help the Dark Angels out. And they also fuck up demons. They're like ridiculously powerful, but they never really use their power for some reason. So no one's really sure what their deal is. But they've saved people in the Legion on many occasions. Yeah. So he's a sussy baka. What do you mean? He is the least sussy baka. Oh no, I've spilled some coffee on myself. Fine. God, I love Lo-Fi Girl. She has just the best fucking Spotify channel. Okay. That's the first layer done on those bits. So is there any so we'll do some non-metallics on the shield, but not too many. Because mostly it's gonna, most of the miniature is gonna be done in metallics, which is nice. It's gonna make it nice and easy to paint. The real challenging bit is gonna be doing the main body, because there's a lot of metal work interwoven with the non-metallics. So it's gonna be hard, because this isn't like a neat technique. It's very it's kind of messy, to be honest. I kind of like it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, you posted the Sussy Baka thing when I was talking about Luther. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so basically after the Horus Heresy, where the Lion had reached Terra and found that his father had was wounded, and the Emperor of Mankind was interred on the Golden Throne to keep the Astronomicon lit and be the light that guides mankind through the warp. But it was also his life support system that he couldn't ever leave. But at the same time, it was slowly killing him. It was kind of fucked up. Like, the Emperor's situation is really fucked up. He's dying, but not dying. It's like he's not allowing himself to die. But when the Lion came home, he got kind of shot by... His fleet was attacked by the people on the planet. And a lot of the people on the planet had no idea what the hell was going on. Many people were just like, bruh, suddenly they're coming from space. Our own people are coming from space to attack us. Has the Lion turned traitor? So a lot of people thought that it was the Lion on the planet, thought the Lion was the traitor, and they didn't know that it was actually Luther who shot first. But Luther was corrupted by the powers of chaos, and yeah, he fought the Lion, and the Lion beat him, but realized that, you know, he was basically his father figure, his adopted father. He didn't want to kill him, and Luther used the sorcerous powers of chaos to strike the Lion down and leave him mortally wounded. At that point, the orbital bombardment on the planet Caliban reached such a height that the planet broke apart as a warp storm erupted around the planet. Now, this took all the people on the planet and scattered them through the warp throughout space and time. And that's where we find most of the people. The Watchers were able to safely take the Lion away to heal, but it has taken about 10,000 years to him having a great big long nap, basically. The Lion truly did sleep that night. Yeah. And then when he wakes up is the start of our book, 10,000 years later, in Warhammer 40,000. He was just a sneaky little guy. Hi, Juggler. How are you doing? But yeah, he's been sleeping, recovering. The Watchers have been taking care of him. But he's also aged 10,000 years. He's like the only Primarch who's actually aged, because everyone else became a demon or has been in the warp where time is all fucky. He's apparently not been. He's just been asleep on the rock. And for ever since I was a kid, there was a prophecy about this guy returning when humanity would need him the most. And now he's actually come back, so I'm really excited to see what his story is going to be. I'm really enjoying the book that he's in so far. I hope it's not the only one. I hope he gets like a trilogy the way his brother Robert Gilliman did. Because that would be cool. Like, the exploration of his character and how he's developed since the Horus Heresy has been fantastic, and I'm really enjoying it. I can't wait to see more. I'm so glad I didn't stick this guy to his base when I built him. It's so much easier to... I've never painted a miniature off base before or only part assembled. And I gotta say, it's a lot easier. Also, when you guys chose the Horus Heresy Legion, I finally started working on that project. You can see some of the miniatures here. These are miniatures that we custom built using parts that we had. Don't actually know if you can see them, but they're all unique. Every single one. This is our Dark Angels Legion Praetor. It's built using a Mark III armor and some bits and pieces. This is our Legion Centurion Librarian. Like, I think that's what he's called. And I've built some custom Deathwing companions, which are very much the Space Knights. So sleepy for plot reasons. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. But I kinda like it. Because, like, the Dark Angels, like, Luther's heresy was very much like a microcosm of the Horus Heresy. And many people think that the Lion is the closest to the Emperor of any of the Primarchs. And here we have some despoilers I've made. I try and use bits from, like, different miniatures to kind of make my guys look a bit unique. Especially because for the despoilers, there's no, like, full-on actual models for them unless you want to buy, like, expensive resin upgrade parts, which aren't even released yet. Yeah. I try to avoid Forge when I can, because as cool as their stuff is, they're incredibly overpriced for what you get. Like, sometimes you'd spend, like, almost 100 quid to get 5 models, and, like, seriously. No. Just no to that whole concept. But they're the only people that produce that stuff, so unless you want to... But, like, that's part... Like, kit bashing and building your own stuff has always been part of the hobby, I think. But the Forge World stuff looks amazing. Okay, I think that's the Grey Seer done. So we will move on to doing the same thing with Wraithbone, so that we can add a bit of warmth and an outer layer to this. Yes. Wraithbone is sort of like a yellowish off-white, sort of like bone colored, as its name implies. The idea is we want to try and just get the edges of this so that we're not getting too much of the greys with this color. We want the greys to be our mid-tone when we apply the transparent paint over the top. Transparent paint, the contrast is going to act a bit like a color burn or overlay layer in Photoshop, if that makes sense. Painting parts before construction is definitely easier, yes. But I feel like to really paint it properly, especially with this technique, you have to at least assemble part of it. Otherwise, the highlighting won't quite work in the way you intend it to. Because you won't really know how it's going to go until it's put together. So you want to have some level of consistency. But we are mostly on this bit. We started with the cloak, so we'll do that first. This should be the driest bit. It's gonna on the most raised bits. Just create a little bit of extra contrast. So as you can see, there's already a significant difference between the two layers. So it should have a nice, when the contrast goes on, it should look quite nice. Nice broad strokes. Get it done fairly efficient. Yeah. Right, do a watcher next. Again, I'm gonna try not to do too much of the miniature, so that we keep some bits more in that mid-tone, so that we've got, that'll do for that. It's really just the most exposed bits are what we need to cover. Anywhere where we think light is gonna hit the model in a and we make sure we have some bits, especially where it's sort of like covered up or where he's holding that under there. We want to leave that in grey so that we get those different layers. Ah! Painting miniatures is like an onion or an ogre. They have layers. And sometimes they do smell. It's facts. Especially when you're using spray paint. Enjoy your shower. You remember watching this guy, Jobby the Hong? He did a build a Gundam and he painted it. Him saying one time, basically, after you paint over one layer, wait for it to dry, then paint again. Yeah, that's correct. You don't want to be going over layers that are still wet. Unless, I mean, there are some people who will mix paint on the model. Usually those people are using oil paints, because the way oil paints dry and interact with each other, it's kind of okay to do that. I haven't used oil paints since I was an art student and did it on canvas. So I have no idea how that would be on miniatures, but I have a couple of friends who do oil painting on their miniatures. Usually it's just a wash though. They don't actually do full-on oil painting, but I know there are some people on Reddit who just full-on do massive oil paintings on their miniatures, or tiny oil paintings on their miniatures rather. They look amazing, and I'm just like, how? But I guess if you just have scaled down brushes, you can do anything really. It all kind of works. Yeah. Okay. I think that's those bits done. Clean up this brush, and then I think we move on to prepping the metallic layers. Why am I here, Tiger? Hi! I just realized I color coordinate with my own model now. Yeah. Where is my redeem queue? I want to make sure I've actually done all the things. Oh, I need to fix my spine and consume liquid. I do not want any more coffee for now. Okay. We are going to take a different brush because it's important to try and separate out metallic brushes from non-metallic brushes. Because you don't want to accidentally contaminate your paints, do you? There is a chance that when you're doing metallic paints and you mix materials, you could end up accidentally contaminating one of your non-coloured paints with the metallic flakes in a metallic paint. And that's obviously not what anyone wants, because that wastes your paint, and then paint is expensive, and it costs money. And yeah, that's not what anyone wants, really. And then you can end up with, like, random metallic flakes in a non-metallic paint, and yeah, that's a pain. You don't know the difference between paints. So, where is Lead Belcher? Lead Belcher. So, Lead Belcher is going to be our equivalent to the Grey Seer, our sort of mid-tone. As you can see, this paint, I don't know if you can actually see that on here, but this paint has these kind of like shimmering little metallic bits in it. So those are actual, like, that's not actually paint, that's a metallic substance inside the paint. These little particles that add a metallic effect to the paint. So, it's important that we don't get that in any of our non-metallic bits, otherwise the colours aren't going to work the way you hope they will. So it's really important we just focus on using the right paint for the right job and the right brush for the right paint. So I'm going to use a much thinner brush this time because we want to be more precise. We don't want to get any... Channel my inner Bob Ross. Yes. We're using this brush because we don't want to, even though for now we don't really need to worry about it, when we get into this bit, we don't want to risk accidentally getting the metallics onto the cloth. But if we do it at this stage, we can always paint over it. That's the great thing about miniature painting, is there's no real mistakes, because you can always change it and correct it. The reason why we're using metallic quite heavily at this stage is because their color is very much like a metallic black. So we're going over with Lead Belcher for now, and eventually we're going to go over with a different color paint to darken it and make it look very black, but you'll still see those metal elements coming through, and it'll look really, really cool. Yeah. At least I hope it will. I'm sure it will. I've seen other people do the same technique, and it looks fantastic. This one, though, we'll be doing something slightly different when it comes to the second layer. We're going to be really trying to pick out the edges so we get as much high contrast as possible. Because it's going to look fantastic, and that's the only reason. As long as it looks good, everything else is secondary. And as long as you're having fun as well. As long as you're having fun with the miniature. And this kit was an absolute joy to build. So I'm hoping it's going to be great to paint as well. I'm enjoying it so far. There's lots of different things you can kind of play with on it, which is nice. There's also something else I'm going to do, which I'm going to pre-plan the parts I'm going to paint with the red paint. The reason why I'm going to do that is because if I do that, then I'm going to know what I want to use gold for. I'm going to use a gold paint to highlight the red bits so that they have a bit more warmth to them. There are also some bits I'm just going to leave straight up silver at this stage. So I won't be going over that with contrast. I'll simply use other bits for it. Mostly null noil, I imagine. But they aren't too... They're mostly few and far between. You tried to do art class and you got made fun of. You were with your friend and he was really, really good, so it was worth it. Good. I'm sorry you got made fun of. People are dicks. Especially when, like, it comes to school. As long as you're doing something that makes you happy, and you're happy with it, that's all that matters. Don't let anyone tell you what you shouldn't or shouldn't do for your enjoyment. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't... What other people think doesn't matter. As long as you're not hurting anyone, as long as you're having fun, and as long as what you do makes you feel good about yourself. That's all that matters. So if we request cat cam, would that just be pink in some costume with cat ears? That would be hilarious.
Maybe.
We don't have it though.
I don't have costume with cat ears. Yeah.
Wait, you have a maid oh, you do have a maid costume. Yes. You have a maid costume. Fun fact, the reason why he has his afro so long is he's poor and then he actually got famous. He got funny. Kept it. Because it was central to the look. Really? Bob Ross? I didn't know that. The more you know. I'm gonna do the shoulder pads now. I need more paint. Let's do the shield actually. This is quite a broad area. Something nice and easy so we can just kind of not really be too tidy with. Just while there's a fair bit of paint on the brush. Yeah. This shield is going to be quite difficult because we're going to want to do the base of the shield in red and then in gold. But I think what we might do is we might do the whole thing in gold and then add red over the top so it gets this more kind of bronzish color. I think that'll look nice. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes dry brushing is a pain to get right because it's like you never quite be certain if you have enough paint on your brush, because the idea is that it shouldn't really have much. Sometimes you do need a bit more for certain types, like areas. Especially like this. So like the trim on the shoulder plates is probably going to be quite just in silver. It's either going to be in silver or gold. I've not quite decided yet. But I'm sure I will soon. The shoulder pads I really like. There's a lot of detail on them, so we got to be very careful with them down the line. But for now, you can kind of just have at them and not really care too much, which is nice. Definitely a nice part of the painting process to be in, where you can just like do whatever, really. But it's all prep work when things actually start happening. And the scheme starts to move forward. It's usually the 3 girls who came in and were higher grades. Oh, but you love seeing what he drew in paint. That's cute. What we've also done is we've magnetized the shield arm with the non-shield arm because we want to be able to swap between the 2 games, Horus Heresy and Warhammer 40,000. In Horus Heresy, he doesn't have the shield, but in Warhammer 40,000, he does. So it's nice to be able to have optional loadouts for the character. I think is what another reason why we want to lean more towards a Horus Heresy scheme. I think that's more in line with what the line would like, based on the fact that most of his favored soldiers are still his heresy guys in the book. He doesn't really know the modern day Dark Angels. He's kind of just apart from them because he's had no real interaction until the end of the Lion Arcs of Omen book, and we still don't really know what's happened. Other than he's made an interrogated chaplain doubt whether or not his job is the right thing to be doing, which honestly has always been a bit questionable. Because what the interrogated chaplains of the Dark Angels, their job is to find the fallen, or the risen, as turns out many of them could have been. The risen are like the redeemed Dark Angels, who were from the fall of Caliban, who were scattered through the warp. Some of them were actually just soldiers that were on the Lion side, but because they were on the planet, they got scattered throughout the warp. But no one really knows. I really like this helmet. It's super cool. Any more gold work that metal work that needs doing? I feel like this will do in non-metallics. Do this in this bit here, metallic. A little bit. It looks like the Emperor's Hand not affiliated with him or went rogue. Well. Do some metal on the ends of the scabbard here. Yeah. Nice and simple. Oh, and this bit here, I didn't see the little thing. I don't know what this is. I guess this is like an incense burner or something. I don't know what they're called. Or anything like that on this guy? No, good. Cool. Now we are back on the main body. Another good thing about dry brushing as a technique is that it doesn't take very long to dry, because obviously there's not much paint on it, so it's like the thinnest of thin coats. So you can very quickly move from one part of the miniature to the next. Again, we're using this thin brush so that we're making sure we're not hitting on the cloth bits or any of the things we've done before, which is going to be quite difficult in all honesty. But if we go over it, we just paint over it later. But once this is done, we will move on to the next bit, which is to do the lighter silvers. Just like when we did the Wraithbone, it'll be fairly quick. I like this sword as well. It's a cool sword. We'll be trying some new techniques on the sword. Usually we've just painted it metal, put some washers over it, and done a tiny bit of highlighting. But for this one, I want to try something a bit different and special. I say different, it's not too different, but it's going to be new for me. I'm going to be trying to use some different contrast paints over the metallics, create some different metal effects. Make it look a bit more special, you know? I want to try some new things on this miniature. Hopefully it won't go horribly wrong. I don't think it will. I'm confident that what I have in mind will work. We're going to be trying to blend some different paints together. Tacit there. These are chest plate. That belt there is also going to be quite difficult. I'm going to need to go over that with the old thing, with the thing we did earlier. I haven't hit it. I didn't see it before. But that's okay. We've not got any metal on it. Well, we've got a little bit of metal on it, but that's fine. Fortunately, that's on the belt buckle area. Ah! I need to stop doing that. Have I ever painted a Space Marine? A very long time ago. A very long time ago. I have some 2nd edition Dark Angels I painted. So I was literally a child back then. So I've not painted a Space Marine since then. Oh, actually, no, tell a lie. I painted some Word Bearers during the Eye of Terror campaign when I was like 12 years old. That was the start of the 13th Black Crusade, when they released the Eye of Terror book. I was playing a Lost and the Damned army because I wanted to try something different. And I liked the idea of doing like a Chaos Cult. So I borrowed some of my dad's Imperial Guard, which is cool because I got to have a Lehman Russ Demolisher tank. That was fucking fun. Fucking love Lehman Russ tanks. They are really fucking cool. And I loved the Demolisher cannon back in the day. I was very sad that my brother decided to cannibalize my Vindicators for his Iron Warriors. Because the Vindicator was probably my favorite tank. Yeah, I did some Word Bearers. They're a very different scheme to these guys. They are like the first traitor Space Marines. They were very cool. I think I've still got them in a box somewhere. What's interesting is, painting my Sisters of Battle, because they're Bloody Rose, it very much reminded me of the scheme I painted for them. How old is Warhammer? Warhammer's been around since before I was born. Like, Warhammer, like, came out in the 80s. And it started to gain traction in the 90s, but didn't really become, like, a mainstream thing until, like, lately? I guess it's because they were like, yo, make a bunch of video games, and that kind of worked. Probably. But I think that was more of an American thing. Warhammer, like, didn't really go international until, like, the late 90s, early noughties. It was very much a British thing. Yeah, Warhammer's a very old hobby. Been around for ages. But I think back in the 90s and when it was, like, early days for the hobby, you know, say there's always a stigma around this kind of hobby for some reason. Because people didn't understand, like, much in the same way people used to bully people for playing D&D and stuff like that. There was always a stigma around it because of that as well, because no one wants to be bullied. Oh god fucking damn it. No one wants to be bullied, so of course that drives people away from the hobby. But these days it's not really an issue. And I think lockdown really helped because, like, a lot of people were stuck inside, not really knowing what to do. And some people who were already into the hobby had time to, like, deal with all their stuff and get through their massive painting backlogs. They were sharing it on social media, and then that got more people into the hobby. And now it's pretty mainstream. I mean, hell, they made a South Park episode about it the other week. You thought I was born in the 80s? No, I'm a 90s kid. I am a 90s kid. Though I am old enough to be the parent of some of my followers. I don't understand how that happened, but here we are. I don't exactly cater to a young audience. At least I don't think I do. Do I? I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I can see why, like, I'd come across as an 80s person. My dad very much influenced a lot of my tastes, and he was old. He was an old man. Right. I think that's the lead belcher done. I mean, I guess I could do this tiny little bit here, but no one's really going to see it. I've got some paint on the brush, though. Might as well. Might as well. Someone might see a little bit. Okay. Another thing is we use different water for the different brushes as well. So that we're not mixing metallic flakes in with the brush we with the water we use for our normal paints. Coffee. Time does work in mysterious ways. Okay, what am I doing? Do I want to do the gold and reds? I think I do. I think we'll start with the golds and reds because that's going to be easier. And there's some bits where the gold is going to overlap that we don't really want it to. Your dad nearly 60 or is now when he was in his 40s when he had me. Yeah, my dad I think was in his 30s when he had me. Yeah, because he turned 40 when I was like 10. Kinda sad. He was just about to turn 60 when he passed. No, he just turned 60 when he passed away. Right. We're using a very light gold, which is Liberator gold. So it should contrast significantly when we do a very light dry brush here. But it's not a very heavy gold. It's like quite a silvery thing. So it should just add a little bit of extra pigmentation. So when we throw on the extra layer, it'll add some additional warmth to the bit. So we're going to focus most of it on the top so that it'll be more like natural light, kind of, is the vibe we'll want to go for. The inside of the shield we're not going to do too much on because naturally the inside of the shield is going to be darker. Yeah. Yeah. That's gonna look nice when the gold goes on there. When your mom and dad had a 4-year age gap. I think my mum was a lot older than my dad. I never really knew. Now we're gonna do these feathery bits in red. So we're gonna, because these are quite high up, we're gonna add a fair bit of gold to them. That's gonna also make the red a bit warmer in tone. Which is what we like, really. Yeah. What else needs gold on it? Let's have a check of our... Hi, Miriam. How are you doing? Let's have a check and see. So we want some red on both of the shoulder pads, really. Yeah. And try and get some gold on that chest piece bit as well. Definitely this lion bit is going to be in red. I mean, it's going to be in gold. Just get a bit of extra gold on there. How are you doing, Miriam? You had a nice day? Oh, is it your birthday today? Another day older and deeper in debt. Oh, no. Oh, to be just a person in this day and age and have, like, responsibilities and shit. God, imagine being a functional adult. I say as a functional adult. Bleh. Bleh. It was your birthday on the 24th. Happy birthday. That was, you know, that was near enough that I will still say happy birthday. It was only 2 days ago. Did I say it on your birthday? I'm sorry if I didn't. Doing these wings on here with the gold. Actually, no, because their angel thing is going to be in red. No, it's going to be in silver. That's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I quite like this gold. It's not... It's very subtle. I guess I kind of want to go over this a bit more, though. Add a bit more warmth. Yeah. It's like you can just tell it's got like this very slight yellow tint to it, which I quite like. This bit we're gonna do. This is the iron halo, which we're gonna do lots of gold on. And this bit here as well is meant to be gold. To try and pick out the edges as much as we can. That's starting to look nice. Okay. I guess we should do this tiny little mark here. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? Are we just doing the main body now? Yeah, we'll do the red on the red bits on the main body. The red and gold bits on the main. Do this little lion emblem here. Do the little fibula, which is the cloak clasp. There. The red emblem, the Dark Angel's emblem on his chest, which is going to be in gold. Do these crossed swords here. It's all about just picking out the bits you want to do. This bit of the sword here, the crossguard, or quillions, they are sometimes called, and the pommel as well. Even though that's the underside, we just want to add some warmth. And the Dark Angel's mark here on his bracer. Yes. Yes, I think that's all the gold and red bits got with the highlight we wanted. Adulting is overrated. You want to go back to your Pokemon cards and Capri Suns. I agree. I agree. Yes. I would love to live in a world where I could just play fucking Pokemon on my Game Boy and have Pokemon cards and have Capri Sun and play in a fucking sandbox. God. Are you getting Capri Sun? Get a big box full of loads of the pouches, okay? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have Capri Sun. Hell yeah. Fucking love Capri Sun. I haven't had Capri Sun since I was actually a child. Like Sunny D as well. Just too much fucking sugar, let's be real. Okay, we're now using Stormhost Silver, which is a very bright silver. The idea is that we're just going to pick out the very edges of all the metallic bits. Well, maybe not all the edges, but most of the edges. Just to gently and to make sure we've got a nice level of contrast between slightly darker silver bits. On some of these, like the shoulder pads, we don't really need to do. You might do a little on this bit. Yeah, tiny bit there. Definitely do some on the backpack, because these winged bits will need look cool. We should be getting some quite different tones between the bits we've highlighted gold and the bits we've highlighted in silver. Because obviously the gold is going to look a lot warmer than the silver. So even if there's some paint spillage, it might not be the worst thing ever. It might create some more interesting looks. We're not going to be hyper consistent on the sword though, because it should add, if we're not, it should add to the look we have in mind. Make sure the edges are definitely done though. Yes. I like to think that my paint guy, when I do painting, it's very much more for the people that aren't well versed in this kind of hobby. Because I'm not the most skilled or practiced painter. I think it kind of works for people that aren't super familiar. God, I fucking love Sunny D. I haven't had Sunny D in forever. Not very healthy for you, though. They're like, oh, vitamin D, yeah, but it's like so much goddamn sugar. But, you know, I'm healthy enough that I don't necessarily need to care about that kind of thing. I don't necessarily think I need to. Yeah. Okay. I think what we'll do after this is actually just go straight on to to getting the blackened steel kind of look we want to go for. That's gonna look super cool though. I'm excited to see what this is gonna look like when it's actually done. I hope you guys like it. I think it will look nice. And that's the important thing. Azure Clad Jane, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I feel like there's a lot of like Warhammer streamers and channels out there that like I think they expect too much of the audience, because I feel like the person that's looking for a tutorial on how to paint something is someone who doesn't really know what they're doing, but they're like, or may not necessarily have all the equipment. But like, every time I've looked up a tutorial, it's like, oh yeah, get this 100-pound airbrush that you should already have. And I'm just like, bruh. Where did this hammer come from? I put it there. I put it there so you could smash. Smash things. You know you want to. Do it. Every time you go over the screen and click, you're down to smash. Of course you are. God. Degenerates. Half my chat. Okay, so we've done all the prep work, I think, that we need to do. He's looking very shiny. This is magic witchcraft. And what? Small... I'm indie. Yeah, I'm independent. Do you think indie is nuts? Bruh, present them.
Wait, okay, well.
I mean, technically, yeah, small got me with a D's nuts.
Nice. That's the one.
Yeah. Bruh, you can't hit me with a D's nuts, I'm immune. Small reusing jokes. Oh. Hey, I can't talk. Have you seen the memes I've been posting lately? It's all shit I posted last year. I need to make new memes. I keep thinking, oh, I'm gonna set time aside to make new memes, but I just haven't, and I'm getting annoyed with myself because of it. Okay. But fortunately, the memes are like... He already got someone with it. Nice. Nice. I will never be the first victim of a D's nuts jokes. And let's be honest, if I fall for a D's nuts jokes, I kind of deserve... If anyone falls for a D's nuts jokes, it's your own fault and you should feel bad. Damn right. I'm just going to get a nice healthy dose of Black Templar on this silver. And you should see it just gives that kind of, like, it's still transparent, so you get to see all the metallic work underneath. But it's going to look black, which is fantastic because it's exactly what we want to go for. You can't really see it. I just realized I should put some actual lighting on. Where's my spotlight? Oh. No, I've got another one. Yeah, but, like, it's effort to put that over there, whereas this one is right here. I just realized this is probably going to be good for everyone who's actually watching, and also me. But yeah, you should be able to see what I mean now about the kind of, like, black and metallic look on that arm. That's probably not the best thing. I'll do something a bit bigger to show you what I mean. It's not Piss Tiger! God fucking damn it. Stop calling it Piss Tiger. Everyone calls it Piss Tiger because it's yellow. Like, look, I'm wearing a yellow dress. Does that make me Piss Tiger IRL? No. It's not Piss Tiger. Fuck off. It's not Piss Tiger, goddammit. It's not Piss Tiger. Guys are obsessed with piss. And I don't know why. Like, I'm not kink shaming you, but you should be ashamed. Well, it's entirely Pink's fault. How could you, Pink? Don't give me your little gremlin laugh.
I'll do as I please.
No. How is it this paint not going onto the fucking model? Get on the model. I'm gonna try and be way more careful with this than I usually am. Because I don't want to fuck it up. And I also want to minimize the amount of times I'm gonna have to re-go over stuff with this. Oh, Bumblebee. It's not a cosplay, fuck you! Jesus Christ! Oh. What did I do to deserve this? My god. I hate you all. No, I don't. I love you, really. Yeah? Yeah? What? What? Oh, you're so fucking gaping. Ugh. How are you like this? Look at this gay little nerd. You know, you can just come over here and actually, like... Good. Yeah.
Wait. Sup, chat? Nerds.
I have a pink.
Got him.
Yay. Hey, it's not my... Ah! It's not my fault. Blame Automod, okay? I'm not responsible for fucking Twitch's oversensitivity to so many things. Twitch is just like... Something lately has made Twitch go like hyper like protective mode over everything. And to an extent I kind of understand it because there's a lot of unseemly behavior on Twitch. But at the same time, you know, sometimes I think it's a bit overzealous. It's like everything needs context. But if everything's offensive without context, then like, what's the point of doing anything? I mean, I suppose many things can be taken, but like, I can say gay and it's not offensive. I know, but like, but how? Twitch, you make no sense. Okay, that's one shoulder pad. The arm. Where's the other shoulder pad? I'm going to do the other shoulder pad. Context. Who needs context? Automod hates your horny energy. That's true. Automod does hate your horny energy. Fix my spine. Fine, I will fix my spine, God. It's like when I paint, though. I have to lean in. How can I not? Okay. Right. That's that shoulder pad done. Oh no, I put some Black Templar on this. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just gonna wick that away with some tissue. No one will ever know. I lie. People will see. But it's fine. No one cares about a token. And it's literally not going to be on the base most of the time, so... Oh wait, I just realised he's got a little forehead thing. I'm not going to do his eyes, because the eyes are going to be coloured something different. And if I put Black Templar on his eyes, it's going to be way too dark. I just realised I'm painting off the goddamn stream. First edition. Oh no, not first edition Tiger. First edition Tiger is jank as fuck. Oh. Oh, why? Blah. Blah. It's me. I'm so fucking stiff. God, I hate this. Wait, don't clip that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not a bad model. It's literally the reason why... Oh, no, I didn't paint it in the eye. Good, 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 good. I was very scared there. If I painted in the eye, that would make life so much harder. God, I hate painting eyes. Eyes are like the worst on anything. This is why I always go for helmets, so I can cover that shit up. Because they're really hard, and I don't want to have to paint them. I'm sure eventually I will learn how to, but I'm just going to put it off as much as I can until I can't anymore. I'm really liking this metallic black though. It's a really cool look. Okay. I think that's everything. I guess we could do this tiny little bit here. I'm wondering, should I go over this with another very gentle dry brush of silver? I don't know that I need to, honestly. Oh, I need to do the backpack as well. I feel like enough of it comes through from before. Yeah. Fuck! Callus, why? Give unto you the bean. I shall give you the bean. Okay, yeah, I'll see you later. Mom, we have a tiger. We have a tiger at home. The tiger at home, yes. I shall give you the bean. The bean. Hi. Hi. Hi, Mimikyu. Hi. 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 What am I doing? Oh yes, I was continuing to paint this. How are you doing? How are you all doing? Are you all having a comfy time? I hope so. You found a bunch of old models cleaning out your garage. Oh my god, that's amazing! Post that shit in Discord. I want to see. Are they Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40k? Or what you got? Show me what you got. I want to see. Okay, that's that. And I guess it's just time for the main body. Am I the oldest sibling? Me? No, I'm the youngest sibling. But I don't have a brother anymore. Ooh, it looks so nice. God, I love doing this metallic black. It's just very satisfying. It's like, this is the bit of the painting which I really enjoy, where all of the stuff we've prepped for earlier on kind of starts to pay off. You have a sister and she's 15 years. Oh my god. You know, you gotta love old people that still have a sexual relationship, because you know, it makes me think that like someone will still find me that attractive when I'm old, you know? And I think that's just a nice kind of feeling. I mean, I don't want to have that image in my head, but like, yeah. It's still not a bad thing. You don't have the same... Oh. Okay. Gatto! Gatto! Do not drink the paint water, cat. Do not. Cat. Cat. Can you... Do not the key... Okay. Okay. She has found her hole. Cat cannot have some colorful water. Cat cannot. No. It's illegal. I also love that with contrast paints, you can kind of just pull it straight from the pot and put it right onto the miniature. Like, a nice kind of feeling. I don't have to do any of like the thinning process or any of that. Not that I need to thin my paints because I have a wet palette and it does it for me. I'm not painting on camera again. Let me cook what? What do you mean let me cook? I've not drank paint water, okay? I'm not Valkyrie illustration. Well, I still can't believe she drank paint. Well, she put paint in her tea by accident. She thought her tea was her paint water glass. Almost done with this black. Yeah. I really like this brush. This is a nice brush. I've never used it before. I figured for this one I'd crack out some brushes I hadn't used before. Because, you know, I don't take good care of my brushes because I only have cheap brushes. And I don't actually know how to take care of them. But I will learn one day. But some of my brushes I've used too much because I've been batch painting stuff. And, yeah. Brushes kind of go after a while. It's just one of those things. Because, like, the bristles start to fray and you lose the pointed tip. Said it about the cat. Not everything is about... Fuck you! Bitch, it's my stream. Everything is about me. Well... YouTube Studio, let me change. Wait, no. Did the wrong model. Nope. No, that was when I was doing Cult of the Lamb. I made that into a redeem where you could summon sacrificial lamb. Oh, that's cool as hell! Oh my god, hang on. I dropped a piece of miniature I was building on the floor earlier, and now I think I found it. Yeah! I couldn't find these before, but I touched it with my toe just now, and I was like, I know what this is. This is the Mark III Heresy legs I dropped earlier when I was building my guys. Yeah. Okay. I think that is all of the black bits, the black metal done. But I love how you can see the metallic shimmer. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but I can see it here. It's such a cool effect. Like, I'm really glad I tried this out. I do think I might want to, like, give it a slight edge highlight with a bit more silver on places. Like, the edging of that. Just to, like, make that a bit more of an angle. I think that would look good. Yeah, I think I might do that later. Clean the brush. Okay, what's next? What's next? Oh no. The brush has already started to go. Fine. Okay, what's next? I've just realized something. You put on Discord of the models you found. Cool. I can tell which part. No, it's because it's the only part I dropped metal. Lol. God. Okay. Where did you put it? Where did you put it? Is it in tabletop media? shit, these are cool. Are these old lizard man? They are. Oh my god, I've not seen these in forever. And some old oh, these are classics. Oh my god. These are awesome. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool as hell. That's some neat stuff. Really neat stuff. God, back in the day. God, I love Fantasy Battle. I'm super excited for it to come back. It's gonna be so cool. Okay. I think I shall do the golds next. So to do that, we're going to use Nazdreg Yellow over the parts we've done in contrast. Actually, is there anything else I need to do here? There's a little bit of metal work on that cloth. I think I'm just going to paint out normally. The crappy little brush, don't have to bother with too much. Get that. Paint it over. Off the contra. Okay, okay. I'm gonna have to quickly do a tiny bit of black over that. That'll be fine. Just the tiniest drop. That's one of the nice things about painting is that there's never really a mistake. It's just a little accident. You can always fix. And you can always change anything you're doing, make it more the way you want it to be, no matter what stage of the thing you're at. It looks like it's kind of dry, actually. You know what? Fuck it. I want to finish this metal. I want to finish these metals so I don't have to worry about them later. Where's my dry brush gone? That's not the brush I'm looking for. Where's my good dry brush? There's my good dry brush. Okay. Most of that off. Light touch. Just the lightest of touches. Just to get a little bit of edging on here. A little bit. Ah! Tiny little bit. Okay, I might have done a bit too much. That's fine. I'm gonna add a little bit of black. Lion the Johnson is coming along. Yes. Yes, we're working on some metallic blacks. Just trying carefully not to go over the edges too much. How are you doing, Demi? Can we get a shout out for Demi? God, I've frayed this brush already. It's really annoying. I'm so bad with taking care of my brushes. I don't know how or why. I'll need to use a different one. I want to work on more precise stuff. I know it's fine now. God damn it. I keep thinking, no, it's too much. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Anyway, I don't need to do anything with that anymore. Just do a bit more black on the face. Just because we're only looking to really get that on the very edges. Yeah, nice and easy. Nice and easy. The hard bit isn't here just yet, though. I don't really think there's anything much more we need to do on this bit, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now I guess it's the hard bit, which is the main body. Just gonna... Careful. Get the edge in. He is, in fact, Lion the Rock Johnson. I will consume the liquid and fix my spine. Sorry. It's just very... You gotta lean into it. Good morning, Demi. Did you sleep okay, at least? I hope so. Ah! What was that? Was that the cheeseburger redeem? I heard it, but I didn't only heard one Borg. A singular Borg instead of the barrage. Ah! What? What? What on earth is happening? What? What's happening? I don't... Seriously, what's happening?
Emotional damage!
What is happening? I only have one... What on earth? What? That was so weird. Good. I'm glad you slept well. Yeah. Oh God! Why? Ah. Right. Let's continue this. Ah! I have been balked. How dare. I can't even eat this kind of cheeseburg. Big sad. Ah! What's happening? Mate, you want me to be fucking British? Bruh. Bruv, you know, I fucking grew up in fucking London. I went up to fucking Liverpool for a bit. I don't actually know. I'm not sure if I can do a Liverpool accent, a Scouser accent anymore. I fucking love the I love the Scouse accent though. It's a very comfy accent. Up in Liverpool, you know, where everyone sounds like they're a fucking Beatle. I think my original plan was that every time someone did that redeem, I'd try and do a different British accent. But that kind of just fell by the wayside, as some things often do. But mate, why do you wish for the extra Britishness, mate? I will fucking shank you. I won't actually. Please don't report me. What am I doing? What am I doing with my fucking life, guys? I'm just here being an internet cat, painting Warhammers. I mean, there are worse ways to spend your day, I guess. Mate, we hunger for burger. Mate, I fucking want a burger. Someone buy me a cheeseburger. I'm kidding, don't. I had like almost a whole tub of Haagen-Dazs for dinner. I don't need any more food. And I had pizza for breakfast. So, yeah. Living that healthy adult lifestyle, innit, mate? Like, can you imagine? This is what it is to be an adult, you know? You get to eat whatever you want. And no one can tell you not to. Actually, I figure out I know what I need to do instead of be doing what I'm doing. I need to wash this metal in Nuln Oil, and that'll darken it down nicely, and I don't need to do... What is with my tits? My Twitch integrated throne system is just doing all kinds of fucking bullshit. I don't know why. Okay. Right. Right. I'm done with you, Brush. Fuck off. Okay. What's next? Do we want to do some gold or some red? I feel like I want to do some red. Actually, no, let's do gold first. Do gold first. What am I doing, guys? Okay, Nazdrag yellow. I've never actually used this paint before, so hopefully it'll work out quite well. Hopefully. This is what a lot of people use to do gold with this kind of technique. But I don't know how it's actually going to work. I've never tried. Oh, that does actually look quite nice. It's very bright. I wonder how it'll dry though. I think it's a big kind of thing. But it's okay, because those recessed pots we're going to try and get reddened. The nice thing about contrast paints is that you can just kind of like be a bit messy with it, as long as you're not going into... As long as you're not doing overlaps into areas that you shouldn't be. Yeah, actually I quite like that. A lot of different kind of tones we've got there. It even kind of goes a bit green, which I guess kind of looks like some natural erosion. It's quite nice. And as we intended, it gets a lot warmer in tone towards the top, which is perfect. Exactly what we were going for. You remember hearing that the Southern accent, American accent came from the Really? I find that hard to believe. Perhaps, though. I couldn't say. I'm not exactly an expert on Americanisms or Americana. I would have thought it might have been like derived from a combination of European accents. Because wasn't it Spain or was it France that settled the more western parts first? Yeah, I really like the way that gold is turned out. It's very different to the way it looks on my Sisters of Battle. I wonder how it'll look when it's actually got some shade on it. That should be nice. It should be a good look. Let's do the angel-y bits. Angel-y bits? The backpack bits. Yeah, I really like the way that I'm glad I decided to try different things for this model. It's really working out. I think this is how I'm gonna try and do gold from now on. It looks so very warm and rich. But it's not oversaturated. It's just a very nice kind of color. I wonder how it's going to look when I add some inks to it. That'll look really nice. Okay, let's do the trim on these bits. Shoulder pad. Adding the shoulder. I wonder if I need to figure out how close to hold it to the camera. That actually looks the way I want it to. So that you guys can see what I'm seeing. At least mostly seeing what I'm seeing. Hi! Dank angels are still heretics. Lies! Lies and slander. We have a fucking Primarch, okay? At least our Primarch didn't declare himself a fucking emperor. Well. Fucking blood angel. Hi, Mercury Soul! How are we doing, guys? I really like how this is working out. I wonder, do I even need to do inking on this? I don't know that I do. A really good kind of color. I think I definitely need to ink the blacks just to make it look a bit different how it currently does. I don't know if I need to do that to the golds. I quite like the warmth. Okay. I need to do a little bit on the helmet. Not too much. Literally just these bits here. Do this little symbol on his forehead in a second. Nice and easy does it. A little bit to this little emblem here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what else? I might need to add a bit of highlighting to this actually. Just to brighten it up a little bit because it is quite dark. But it does look nice. I don't know if highlighting it further is going to add to it or ruin it. I think it might add to it. I'm pretty sure it'll add to it. I just want just the tiniest bit more contrast between the mid tones and the lighter tones. What else? Oh yes, this bit. Just a touch of that here. I kind of like that being a bit more of a stony color. I think I'll leave this as is. Okay. What else needs doing? Oh yes, we were going to add some gold there, weren't we? What was the hardest paint job I ever did? That's a tough one. I try not to do hard paint jobs in all honesty. I'm not really super experienced with doing a lot of detail work. This model is probably the most complex thing I've ever done. I think the hardest, or most intricate paint job I've had to do actually was the very first one I did when I started streaming back in December, when I started streaming Warhammer back in December. my first try at painting, because I used a lot of more traditional techniques, not really knowing that there were things like contrast paints and things that would make life a lot easier. So I think stuff like that was a lot harder, in all honesty. Definitely, actually. Yeah. But this one I think is going to be definitely up there. You know what? I think we'll come back to do the cloak trim later. I think for now we want to switch to the reds. Two different reds we're going to use. One is Flesh Terrors, the other is Blood Angel Red. So Blood Angel Red is a bit warmer, a little bit brighter. I think we'll use that. I think we'll use that for the wings on the helmet, but we won't do much else with that. Flesh Terrors Red, I think, is what we're going to use for everything else. Yes, I think that's the plan. Yeah. I want to have a look, actually, at... I want to have a look at the reference images. That's quite a light white kind of color, the robes. The outer cloak is green. The inner cloak is very pale white. But he's got this two-layer thing going on. With the inner layer? Maybe it would make sense for the innermost layer to be red. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll do a blend of all of his colors together. That means we'll have some very bright inner light. Yeah, no, that's going to contrast really well, actually. Yeah, I think that's the plan. That is the plan. Let's work on doing some Flesh Terrors red now. No, we'll do the Blood Angels red because we're only going to use it a little bit. Where's that helmet? Here you are. What is wrong with the Twitch integrated throwing system today? It's just throwing stuff at me randomly for no reason. Why? This is mod abuse tits. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I knew that would look a bit more orange with the orange and warm with the kind of gold layers on top. Kind of what we were going for though, because it'll look darker when we add Carabag Crimson to it down the line. But it looks rather nice right now. But it's not the end goal for the shade of this. I wonder, considering that in mind... No, we want that deeper shade overall for some of the other bits. Yes. I suppose it helps differentiate the material in his arm. Oh god, I'm off screen again. Yeah. But yeah. It's starting to look the part. Starting to look the part. I will consume liquid. As soon as I've cleaned off my... Zozo, yes, a tiger painting a lion. It is how we are doing. It's going quite well, I think. We have almost done with the contrast paints. I think the hardest thing is going to be this robe. And we got to figure out how we're going to do certain bits. But that's fine. These are problems for down the line. Down the lion, even. God, I'm awful. Hi! Painting models was something you always wanted to get into, especially with being able to paint your gunpla kits. Yeah! Fucking do it! I've still not painted a gunpla. It scares me because, like, I feel like when you fuck up a gunpla, it's really obvious because of how, like, clean they are, you know? So I'm thinking we do off-white for this inner robe. The cloak is going to be green with a white interior. And we'll have a green interior. We'll have an off-white outer robe with a white inner robe. Dark red inner robe. And then an off-white inner robe for that bit. That's a lot of layers. Yes. Many, many layers. Like an... Oh, God, I've just realized I forgot to do the gold on that bit. Never mind. Let's get back to what we were doing before. Stupid sword. So small. So small. The lion is coming together. It shall be so. I think I can finish this guy in one night. That would be super cool. I'm really enjoying this whole metallic contrast combo. Like, I think it really just works fantastically. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, we can move on to doing the red. Flesh Terror's red. Next. Okay. Bleh. These are me. Hi! Oh, do you stream as well? It's not Piss Tiger! Fuck you, Metal! Jesus Christ. Always with the Piss Tiger. No. No. God damn it. God damn it. Why? Okay, so what's the first thing I want to do? So we're going to give these Jawa guys, the Watchers, green robes. So we're just going to make the scabbard red. And their accessories are going to be red. So that we have a nice contrast, you know? And this is going to be different from what we usually do. So we're going with the Oath Seals of Horus Heresy, which are green rather than the usual red of Purity Seals for this one. I think it would be more appropriate for the lion to have Oaths of Moment, rather than rather than the usual modern 40k seals. And in Horus Heresy, the Dark Angels and the Knights always used to use green wax instead of red. But I think it's a bit more fluffy to do it this way, you know? Yeah. Okay, what's next? Do the shoulder pad? Oh, actually, you know what we should do? Actually, yeah, we should do the shoulder pad. The wings on this angel. Get that done. Nice and simple. When that dries, we will ink it with Carabag Crimson to kind of add a bit more contrast to it, because that doesn't really have much there. Dream is so relaxing. Yeah, I'm glad that you can relax with us, Aja. Yeah. Do this sword in red. I always try to do a nice comfy. Do this in red. Yeah. I don't think, now that it's drying, I don't necessarily think I want to change the gold. It looks really nice, I think. Yeah. Oh, I should probably add some gold to this bit. Yeah. Just because it looks like it's meant to be like a different material. Hmm. What's next? The symbol on the chest. I need to add some more gold there as well. Ugh. Ugh. Finding bits I need to correct. Mwah. Mwah. It's fine. We will get there eventually. I suppose it's not corrections, it's just things I didn't see I needed to do. Actually, we'll do the handle of the sword in red as well. Yeah, I think that'll look nice. Sword on here in red, so it matches the rest. There is a little emblem on this other knee. I don't really see it though, so I guess there's no real... It doesn't add anything to the model because it's completely hidden. It's partially obscured by the other stuff as well, so I can't really... I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be. We'll also do the belt in this color as well. I think that would be nice. Actually, no. No, maybe I want to do that in brown. Yeah, I'll probably do it in brown. Ooh! Thank you, PTU, for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, I think that's us for the reds. Yeah. Do I want to add? No, I mean I should probably do some reds on the shield. Yeah. Yeah, I think we will. Oh, and also we're gonna do the cloak. Let's do the robe first. Then we'll do the shield. How are you doing? You having a nice day? How is everyone today? You all having a comfy time? I hope so. I like to have comfy streams. Almost done with the red. I think this is the last bit. Then we do the shield. Then we'll move on to, I think, other things like the belt and the pistol holster. Yes. Nothing like joining a stream for the first time and getting jump scared by a massive hammer. You know, if you click with the hammer, you can smash the screen. Did it actually scare you? Oh my god. That's kind of funny. That is not the intention. I'm so sorry. Oh god, cat. Cat. Stop, 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 stop. Cat. Cat napping on my keyboard buttons, making things go weird. I'm so glad I didn't have OBS selected, because that could have potentially ended the stream. There's a sleeping cat next to me. Would you like to see? Behold. Catto. We're trying to do like a mix of all the different pre-heresy artworks for this lion scheme. So we've got a bit of red, we're gonna have some green bits, and some different shades of white on the robes. A nice kind of amalgam of everything that kind of goes with the lion. We've gone for a sort of heresy armor kit, armor scheme as well. Once we've finished with these contrast layers, we can finally start inking. It almost always seems like everything we do is prep work, and then the end is very, like, fast. I guess that's just kind of the nature of it. Oh god, that's going to be really hard to do with the white inner layer. But it's fine, we'll figure it out. I think that's the inner robes done. Well, the innermost robes done. Let's add some red to the Emperor's shield. Goal is we're just gonna try and do. Oh, you know what? We'll actually just test. Actually no. Do I need to do any red here? I feel like it would fit the official scheme if I did red. That's what the Emperor's shield looks like, right? It's got red on these bits. I'm not the best at detail work, so here's hoping I don't fuck it up. I'm sure it'll be fine. We can always fix it. Ooh, that just reminded me. There's a new content patch in Darktide that added some extra missions and a new boss enemy. It'll be fun to try that at some point. Yeah. Yeah. those little bits next to the star on the top right, and then the trim on the exterior. I think Flesh Terror's red is very much one of my favourite reds. It just looks lovely. Do I want to do... I feel like that might be a bit much for me. Trying to squeeze into that tiny little gap there. Should I try it? I'm not sure. I feel like it might look good. No, I don't think it's necessary. I think there's enough of a contrast between these bits. Yeah. Do the inside of the shield. Nice broad stroke. Hmm. That's really starting to look the part now. Okay. We're done with the red. Now, I suppose what's next on the agenda is to see how we want to do the greens. So one thing I heard about was doing a layer of warp lightning, then using Caliban green. The other thing which I was thinking of was just going straight into Caliban green. But I'm not sure. I think it'll, yeah, I agree. I love the reds the Games Workshop does. Honestly, also, Citadel paints are just... It's just a matter of convenience more than anything. Like, there are other hobby shops, but it's just... I know how to use Citadel paints, and a lot of the time, the colours straight out of the pot with a bit of thinning is perfect for what you need. So it's just... It's just one of those convenience things for me, I guess. God, I can't wait to move on to inking this. It's going to look so nice. Oh, I forgot. There's one last thing I forgot to do. Where is my nail art brush? Ooh. How do I say that? Catus Nuvali. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I was going to do the eyes in Blood Angels Red, which I completely forgot about. I'll quickly do that. We always use a nail art brush for the eyes because it's just so goddamn small. It's perfect for this job. I do feel like I've got too much paint on that. This is also the problem with eyes. If you have too much paint, it can spill over. But on this, it might not be so bad. It might look like a nice little glow. But no, that went well. Usually, I'm always having to correct the eyes, but that was done. I'm very happy with that. That was just so quick. Space Marine eyes, I think, are a little bit easier to do than Sister of Battle eyes. Finnish is hard to pronounce. I used to have a partner who was Finnish. It was fun. People call you Keats. Keats is a cute name. Yeah. Okay, what am I doing next? We've done the reds for now. We wanted to practice the greens, to try out the different greens. So we've got 2 greens here. Warp Lightning and Dark Angel's green contrast. I've not actually used the Dark Angel's green. Warp Lightning is what I use for my Sisters of Battle eyes, and it's quite a nice green. Okay. Let's try Warp Lightning on the first Watcher. And then the other one we'll just do in Dark Angel's green. I've heard that Dark Angel's green is a bit bluer. I've also heard that I will probably need to do a different layer after this of Dark Angel's green. This is more just to give the Dark Angel's green a slightly less blue tone. Because Dark Angel's green, I think it's the 3rd edition Dark Angel's Codex, which has artwork, and there's a lot of blue in the green. Yeah, no, there's no way I'm leaving Warp Lightning like this. This is way too bright. Okay, so I'm definitely... I don't... We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to make any immediate decisions, but I'm definitely not leaving this paint in this color on this model or any of the models. But we'll have to see. We'll probably do some other colors before we do the green on the lion, just so that we can let these dry and work on them. Oh, I forgot. I was going to do the gold on the other one, wasn't I? Oh well, you can do that after this. Orc flesh contrast. I just realized I'm not even painting on the thing. Orc flesh... I don't have orc flesh contrast, sadly. Alas, I've only gotten back into painting in Warhammer since Christmas, since like a bunch of my viewers bought me a bunch of Sisters of Battle, and I was like, oh shit, I guess I have to do this now. Then I let them pick my my Horus Heresy Legion, and I was like, you know what? I've clearly got to buy... And they picked Dark Angels, which I was very happy with, because like that's my childhood chapter I used to share with my dad for 40k. And now it's just like, yeah, let's go. I've started to do Dark Angels of 40k as well, but I'm gonna kind of like do them as mostly just Risen or Fallen. So I might play a bit of Chaos. I've got a plan to kitbash Marbus, which is like the only Dark Angel's Fallen Angel Demon Prince, which will look really cool. At least with the plan I have. I'm going to stream that. It's going to be a fun build. I'm going to be chopping up a Chaos Lord on Manticore and mixing him with the Lion to kind of like get a really cool kind of unique Demon Prince build. With a big lion head and great big wings. Of course, we used the spare arm from that lion to make the non-shield hand for this one. So we'll probably give him a buff Manticore arm. You don't personally play 40k. You just like painting the miniatures. That's cool. I haven't actually had a proper game of 40k yet. I've only done like tutorial games at the shop and chatted with the staff about stuff. But they like a lot of my ideas for projects when I've asked them for advice and stuff. So they're really keen to see what I build. I probably want to put some of it on display if it's actually painted good enough. I hope it is. But they seemed super keen about my ideas. But then again, I tend to be an ideas person. I don't know how to execute things sometimes. But that's why we crowdsource ideas on how to proceed. So what kind of miniatures do you usually paint? Do you just paint like 40k and Warhammer stuff that you think looks cool? I need to get into Age of Sigmar at some point. They've got some really cool looking miniatures for Age of Sigmar. But then they've also got the old world coming back, and I loved High Elves. I used to play High Elves back in the 90s. God, it was such a long time ago. Go dry, little Jabba. Go dry. I magnetized these to the bases. I did magnetize you. Stick. Yeah. Magnets. How do they work? So this next... Ah! Stupid cable. Let's not dry my paintbrush into my microphone. Okay. Try Dark Angel's green contrast for the other one. I wonder how this is gonna look. I've not used this paint before. I remember the original Dark Angel's green used to be one of their base coat paints. Ooh, I do like this. This is much darker. But it has good levels. I might, instead of using Dark Angel's green on that one, I might, if I prefer the way this looks, just in general, which I think I might. It's a kind of like British racing green or bottle green kind of colour. I really like this. Good tone. Good shade. High Elves are cool. You still got Skaven. Yeah! Fucking hell! British racing green. Yeah, that's a specific shade of green that's a bit like bottle green, but slightly different. It's used for a lot of classic British race cars. And was a colour that was manufactured pretty much exclusively by British car manufacturers. Back in, like... I guess it would be the Boomer era, I think. Google it. Google it. Yeah. First to get the knife. Mate, no, it was an old F1 colour. But yeah. You ever seen a British Jag or any British car manufacturer do a green, it's probably been British racing green. I really like this colour. I really like this colour. It's not as saturated as I think a lot of other people go for, and it's not as bright, but I kind of think that makes the most sense, really. These little Jawas. They are little space Jawas. You personally lean towards petrol green. But that's for Heresy. You're Sons of Horus. Yeah. Very different colors. I'm not super keen on the Sons of Horus. As a Legion, I'm just not super keen on their lore. Like, I feel like the word bearer. I feel like it would have been interesting to see if the word bearers actually headed up the heresy, which they started. I think that would have been a cool kind of chain of events to kind of explore. But sadly, no. Instead, they were the first, but they were never like, they never led their own rebellion, which is fucking weird. A very dark green. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. I think I might have gone over it a bit too much though, but that's fine. Yeah, no, that first one we did is definitely not it. Definitely not it. You can see Marines versus Marines being boring. At the same time, it makes it quite balanced, don't you think, in terms of like tabletop? And also, each of the Marine legions have a very different flavor. Like the Dark Angels will always look unique as long as you like choose to kitbash them a bit. Use parts from like different sprues. I do kind of, I love the Forge World miniatures, but at the same time, I very much hi. Yeah, I kind of don't want to ever pay Forge World prices for a miniature. It just doesn't seem like a good deal, you know? When these dry... What should I do next, actually, while I'm waiting for these to dry? I guess I should do the lion pelt on the lion. The lion's lion pelt. We'll do that in Agaros Dunes, rather. We might go over it. We might go over the pelt in a slightly different color. Gatto! Do not attack the paint. Gatto, gatto, gatto. You want to go on my lap? Gatto. Oh, there you go. I'm good. How are you doing, Reaper? You got a 3D printer? Oh my god, I'm jealous. Sadly, when I play my miniatures, I can't use third-party parts because I go to a local games workshop. So, make up your mind, cat. Make up your mind. Nice sandy kind of fur color. I think it works. Yeah, just a nice simple sandy fur color. Do the little tail tuft in a brown. Actually, you know, we'll paint the whole thing and then we'll add the little tail tufts brown later. that's a good color for the lion pelt. Yeah. Yeah. Waiting for your friends to get ready so you can play cards. Oh, what kind of cards you playing? You playing like playing cards or game cards? I love 3D printers. Like, I see some of my friends with 3D printers and I'm just like, bruh, you make so much cool shit with them. And I'm just like here without one in my life thinking, I wish I had a 3D printer. One day, I will probably acquire a 3D printer. Not anytime soon, but someday. Someday, somehow. Gonna be make it all right, but not right now. Well. Yeah, but like I want to, like I've seen some people do 3D printed armor for LARP, and I'd like a big one. I'd like a big one for that. Yeah, but like a breastplate is large interlocking parts. That's the thing I'm talking about, or like pauldron segments, or like greaves. One day though, one day. There's a 3D printer in Watch Dogs? I've not played Watch Dogs. There's a third Watch Dogs?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, is that the one where everyone's a fucking millennial and it's a bit weird? Oh dear. Gonna do some gold bits I missed out earlier. Nazdrag yellow is the perfect contrast paint for that. You print guns in Watch Dogs? Jesus Christ. God, that sounds terrifying. I don't want to 3D print guns. How the fuck can you 3D print guns? Are they like not incredibly fragile? They not like explode and misfire.
Awesome.
Oh dear. God, I feel like I don't want to get into that kind of topic in case I get flagged for like terrorism on Twitch.
Hey, Twitch. I'm building an armory. Wife space.
Fuck you, Pink. You know, I don't even have a basement. Have you secretly dug out a basement in my house? Is that what's happened? I don't fucking know. I'm at work. Lol.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's not go into the realm of 3D printing firearms, please. Or I end up on some fucking watch list somewhere. Really? You want a watch list? What the hell are you on a watch list for? I mean, people get on watch lists for really dumb shit, so I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. I guess I'll do... I guess next what I'll do is... Let's do the off-whites while that dries. The off-whites should be fairly easy. It's just Skeleton Horde and then I'll highlight with Wraithbone later. The off-whites are going to be things like the Purity Seals. Nice and simple to pick out. this outer robe here. Slowly coming together. Oh no! I used the wrong color! Oh no! Oh, how did I do that? Ah! Ah! I'm a dummy. Oh, that's so yellow. Oh god. Oh god. Let's try and get as much of that off as I can. Okay. Okay, that should be fine. It's gonna be fine. We're just gonna blend it in, and no one will ever know. Reaper! Thank you so much for the gift song! Fill my brush with water and soak the air. Hang on. I need to change my water. My water is a bit dirty. I have returned with water. So, wet my brush and soak the area. And get some tissue and dab it off. Yeah, it hasn't dried yet. It takes like a minute or two for contrast paints to dry, thankfully. I'm just gonna keep thinning it out and dabbing it off. And eventually, that will be that. Yeah, it's almost gone. But if it does, like, stain a bit, it's not the end of the world. A separate layer of paint over the top will get rid of it. Thank you. I hadn't actually realized. I had no idea that this was a thing that could work to correct things. Yeah. I don't think that last bit is going to come off, though. I think that's dried. But that's okay. That's okay. We are gonna swiftly move on. Because if we layer over the top, it should be fine. You can always make corrections. Skeleton Horde. Do your thing. To be fair, Skeleton Horde is kind of yellowish. It's a yellowish off-white, and it's meant to be like bone-coloured. So it kind of will work. I think I'll probably do a second coating of this paint over it. I'll make it darker, but I think it would be worth it. I just think it wouldn't make it look better, which is the important thing, really. You're right. Thank you. I'm not really used to having to do stuff like this. I've never, like, used the wrong paint, like, so badly before. What's weird is the pot was already open, and I just wasn't thinking. Because they were right next to each other, and it does look kind of similar in its tone. Okay, let's do the purity seals. Nice and simple. Are there any more on this body? I don't think so. Oh, there are. Just these ones here. Purity seals on this. Yeah. Feels a bit dark. Definitely gonna need to go over that with some Wraithbone later. But that's okay. Do I want to go over the lion pelt? I think I do when it's dried. Just another coating. Are there any more purity seals? Oh, there's this bit. I forgot about that. Ah! Why? Twitch integrated throwing system. Why? Why are you spazzing out? Just stop. I don't know why it's doing it. Stop. Stop. Stupid fucking program. It hates me. It wants to attack me. Bruh! Oh, that was you. That's fine. Give Borga. Oh, is it because the cat's sleeping on the because the cat's sleeping on the keyboard, isn't it?
No.
What? I said we both have a cat. Why is your cat not fucking with your shit? With your computer? Why is my cat fucking with my
Because I
computer?
have trained her well.
You haven't trained shit.
I just get
Yeah, but my cat's sleeping. She's not gonna move.
that is both.
Yes, you have the loaf. The fluffy loaf. Unfair. They're both my cats. Why aren't they doing the one thing? You have communized my cats. Yum. What? Jesus Christ. Oh. Haru. Yes, you go that way. Okay. What's next? What's next? I should probably do the belt. The belt I want to do Wildwood, I think. Where's Wildwood? Did I not mix Wildwood? What? Oh, I just remembered something. Dark Angel's guns are all red. I should definitely put red on that gun. Where is my wild one? You know what, actually? How do I want to do this? I just remembered I forgot to do some Nazdrag yellow as well. Blah. Finding things I forgot. But that's okay. Only a tiny little bit. Literally this tiny little bit on the fibula there. Click clasp finish. Actually, do I want to try doing the sword next? Actually, I've just realized I need to. You know what? I'm gonna do the belt in red. I'm gonna do the belt in Flesh Terrors red because I just like that red. I'll do the ropes on the other guys in that brown, but I just think it's gonna look nice. I do like the way they've tied this belt like it's a medieval belt. I prefer Blood Angels red, to be honest, for light red. I thought Ball red was a base color. But that Mephiston? No, that's Mephiston red. The Flesh Terrors red is probably my favorite red. Just in terms of the overall color it produces. I'm gonna leave that buckle silver. I really like this color because it has a lot of good coverage, which is important. Not all contrast paints have good coverage the way this one does. Like, not all paints in general have good coverage, let alone this style of transparent paint. Might thin down Wraithbone and gives the the robe a wash. A very thin wash of it. I think that'll look good. Okay. Now that that's done, let's do the gun. The gun is going to be in 2 colors. Silicon grey for the handle and the trigger, and Blood Angel's red for the gun itself. But most of the gun is covered by the holster, so it's not really that much to do. Nice and quick job. Yep. Now Basilicum red. Basilicum grey, rather. That pelt definitely needs another coat. It looks too bright. Or maybe an ink or something. Ooh! Thank you for the gift sub refund! Yeah. Paraffin sepia. Azrag yellow. Where's my Basilicum grey? There's my Basilicum grey. This is also just a very tiny bit. Just to make it have like a light black kind of colour. Nice and easy. I think I will do the sword now. Actually, hang on. It's dry. No, it doesn't look dry at all. Okay. Is it dry? Yeah, that is dry. It just looks wet. Okay. Let's see how this looks with... What is it? Koala Green Shade. It's the shade I'm going to use for my greens. So this should hopefully darken this out. Ooh. It doesn't darken out much. But it does darken it out enough. A little. Who knows, it might look completely different when it's dried. I wonder how the Caliban green will react to this. Let's see. Like the only thing inked so far. It was really just for a color test. Ooh, that's gonna look really nice. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is what we want. Woo! I'm pretty sure this is what we want to go for. Yeah, this combo. This combo is win. So that's what we're going to do for the cloak, I think. But in the meantime, we have other things to do. What's next? We wanted to do... Did I find the wildwood? Strike yellow. That's Seraphim Sapphire. Did I not find wildwood? Oh, that's what I was down there. Ah, gatto. Why? Seriously, where is my fucking paint? Oh my god. Franklin Fleshade. It's in here somewhere. It has to be here somewhere. Where's my wildwood? Seraphim Sapphire? Normal. There it is, right in front of me. Bleh. I'll consume the liquid. Oh. Yes. Ah! Every time! I keep doing that. I don't mean to. Okay. Wildwood is going to be for the ropes and the leather parts here and there. There's not going to be too much of it, thankfully. It'll be a nice quick job. Oh, I've just noticed the wing on the holster. Okay, I will do that in a different color. I'll do that in Apothecary White. Almost like the Raven wing mark. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think I started to do that in gold and then stopped for some reason. I think I'll do that in white just so we've got a nice bit of contrast. Dark colour. And the off-white around it. Wildwood will also use for bits of the pelt here. The floofy little tail. All the little tufts of fur that I see around, I will do and add wildwood to. Yeah. Oh wait, why am I wetting that? I still need to have these bits. Oh, I forgot to do the seals on this. Okay, well, I'm going to do that in a second. So many little bits on this model. So many tiny little bits that I just forget about. back to Skeleton Horde. I use Wildwood all the time to shade gold. Not the intended purpose, but it looks good. I like to use Reichland Fleshade to shade gold. I just feel like it does a really nice job of it, you know? Okay. I feel like this is actually probably a bit too dark. I think what I'll do... I want a midway between these two. So I think I will do what I read about. And do the cloak in in Warp Lightning first. And then do another layer. Actually, yeah, no, I quite like that the pelt color. And then do another layer on of Caliban green over that. And then see if I need to do the shade on top of it. I'm so glad I had these models to test and play with before I actually settled on a plan. Okay, I need Skeleton Horde. Do these little purity seals on here. No one actually knows what the Watchers are. They're just like warp creatures. But they scare demons, which is funny. This is very dark. You're doing a lot of Wraithbone washing and dry brushing. Okay. Before we jump onto that, I want to... Where's Space Wolf Grey? Space Wolf's Grey. This is the first time I've used this paint. Here's hoping this idea of mine is going to work. I'm hoping that this is going to look really nice. If I do the metal on the sword in Space Wolf's Grey. Oh, yes, I forgot. There's a little bit of the hilt I haven't done yet either. I will also use Basilicum Grey later when that's dried a little bit on it, just to add some slightly different colour effects. You'll just see tired of seeing Custodians and Stormcast's Eternals with that orangish gold. That's valid. That's valid. I actually quite like the gold I've been able to make here. Just Nazdrag yellow over silver with a very light dry brush of a very bright gold underneath. Really nice, really nice. I've never done metals this way. I'm very happy with how it's turned out. Okay, what's next? I should probably tidy up these bits. So, what was my plan for this again? Was I going to do this in green? I think I was going to do the inside of this cloak in green, like a very dark green. So we've got some, it's quite dark anyway, so I think we'll just go straight in with the Dark Angels green. And while we're at it, we'll do all the seals in this same way. Not the inside of that one. That's going to be white, like really white. Not even off-white. That's going to be like a whole bright kind of white. But we kind of, similar to how we do it on the Sisters of Battle Bloody Rose guys we've got. I don't think I'll use ink on this. I think I'll just leave it as is. I think the ink combined with Dark Angels green makes it just a bit too dark for my taste. I don't think this is intended. Contrast paints aren't always designed to be inked, I think. But when they do work with inks, well, the results can be fantastic. I just don't think this one is it. Or maybe I don't have the right ink for this particular contrast paint. Which is probably the more likely thing. In all honesty. Oh, let's do the seals, or I forget. Yeah, conceptually, but they are visually kind of boring. Yeah, they're all kind of like one color, aren't they? There are some like subgroups in the Custodies that have more interesting paint schemes, but you don't see many people try and do them. I think is a shame, really. Okay, what's next? I think it's just... I want to do this layer again. I want to do this layer because I think it looks a bit crap. Okay, Skeleton Horde, let's go. Yeah, second layer seems to do the job. I wonder if I should ink this. No, my plan was to wash it. And I think I will stick with that plan. I will wash this layer with Wraithbone once it's dried. In the short term, I will move on to do the Apothecary white inner layers. There's a bit of me that feels like I'm being silly putting this much effort into parts of the model that are mostly going to be covered up. But you know, it all adds to it. And it gives me a sense of pride that I'm doing like extra bits on a character that I really want to do justice. You know? Okay. Let's do Apothecary White now. This is going to be like a grey colour, but then I've got Corax White. Where's Corax White? Do I even have Corax White ready? I don't think I do. Fix that. You always got to paint behind the gun. Yeah. I drilled all the barrels on my Sisters of Battle because I thought they would look better, but after doing it once, I kind of feel like it's a pain in the ass, for example. But, like, it does look good. It does look good. But, like, so much time. Most people aren't even going to see this or tell a difference between... See, this is another thing. I really like this Apothecary White contrast because it's just got really good coverage. It turns those blacks into light greys really easily. It's really good at hiding up some of the dry brush marks as well for the underlayers. Absolutely slather this in this. Then when it's dry, what I'll do is I will get some Corax White and just do a little bit of tidying on the edges, get them nice and brilliant. Now, to do the same on the inside of these robes, which isn't going to work as well because bits of red on there, and that's just going to be tough to go over. That's okay. You used to drill barrels, nowadays you don't bother. It looks so bad if you go off center. I agree. I feel like drilling barrels is more effort than it's worth, honestly. It does look cool, like, so I feel like a couple of models it's worth doing, but, like, it takes so long, and the result is just kind of, eh. But you know what annoys me is that Games Workshop has shown that they can do gun barrels that are already drilled effectively. So why don't they just do that? Okay, I'm actually going to use some Apothecary White on this bit. Yeah? You need help? So, stand up. Yes, you can. You can. Well, then you're shit out of luck. Well.
No.
Well, you can either pee or you can like not. You're gonna have to get the cat off your lap if you want to go pee, Pink. Does she understand? She comprehends.
That's it.
And I'm gonna use some Apothecary White on the sword just to brighten it up a bit.
Yes.
No more coffee. I just want juice. It's too late, and I'm not going to be much longer, I don't think. Don't know how I feel about the apothecary white on the sword. I think I will have to train some of the paint. Get it onto the edge. Yeah, that looks better. I've just found another bit I forgot to do. Okay. What's next? What's next? Okay. So those are quite dark, so I'm going to add some warp lightning on top of these seals to sort of brighten them up a bit. Maybe warp lightning is the color I should have gone with for the seals. Nope, definitely not. That's too bright. But it is good to lighten up the darker color underneath ever so slightly. A good mix, honestly. I think that's what I'll do. I'll do the cloak in warp light in Caliban green, then go over it. And then again, it might not look the same when it's dried. Definitely a combination of the two paints is what I need. Okay. Let's do the other side of the cloak. And we're gonna have to do the trim as well. Be or not to be, that is the question. Lol. Hamlet, you think? Probably. And also, hi, Kyun. Hey, hi. I hope you're having a nice day. Have fun, Reaper. Thank you for dropping by. What's next? I was gonna do the cloak. Yeah, I'm gonna do it in warp lightning first, and then I'm going to go over it Caliban green. I'll probably get out the Nazdrag yellow to paint the trim on this cloak. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Go for a not quite non-metallic metal. Or well, a budget non-metallic metal on that gold trim. Yeah. I don't actually know how to do non-metallic metal. Okay, nearly done. Nearly done. I imagine that what I want to do next, while this dries, is almost certainly the outermost robe of the main body. Yeah, warp lightning is definitely not the end goal of our green cloak there. Okay, that's that bit done though. I need a new palette pad. You learned the method to come. It looks cheesy and way too much effort. Hi, Zira. Wait, what looks cheesy and too much effort? Oh, you mean drilling barrels? Yeah, I kind of agree. I tried it once. All my friends nagged at me to do it, but it just seems like a silly trend. Besides, Games Workshop sometimes makes models with pre-drilled barrels. So, like, I'll just use those, like, in the future. What? Okay. What do I want to do? I want to get Wraithbone. I want to mix up some Wraithbone. And thin it the fuck out. And then we're going to use that. Wash over this robe. And the purity seals. Well, maybe not wash the purity seals, but yeah. I'm gonna add a bit. Do I have a manky brush for mixing? This one looks a bit messed up. That'll do. Thin that down. Thin that down lots, because this is just a glaze, and then we'll do a thicker mix for our highlights. How are you doing, Zero? Non-metallic metal? Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I think it looks great, but other times I just think it looks kind of cartoonish. It definitely looks fantastic when it's done, but yeah, too much effort. Even this, I think, what I've done with this is like using the apothecary. I thought it looked okay with the Space Wolf grey, but now I've put apothecary white over the top. I don't think it looks as good. Kind of a bit frustrating. That's fine. We're just gonna go over it again. Because that's the beauty, is that there's no real mistake. Just happy little accidents. And you learn things. The end, we're always learning something in the painting process. I will probably go back over this with another coat. Another coat of Skeleton Horde, just to add a bit more shade to the... A thin down wash of Wraithbone is exactly what this needed. Kind of bring out some more lighter tones. Okay, that's that. No. Another coat of Skeleton Horde when that's dried off. Soon it will be inking time. And once inking time, it will be basically done. I'm painting off screen again. I might be painting off screen again. A slight habit of doing that sometimes. Okay, that's that. Now when that's dry, I can do the other thing. I don't think I really want to touch the golds. I really like what's happened with them, honestly. I guess while I'm waiting for other stuff to dry, I can ink the blacks. I might as well. Yeah, just some Null Oil. Some Carabao Crimson on these reds. Yeah? Yeah. Might as well, because we're just waiting for other things to dry before we can really do the big bits. Might do a quick dry brush of some more silver on this sword so that it looks a bit less shit. Get the lead belcher. I do think doing the Space Wolves Grey was a good shout though on it. The I will do that again. I just doing the extra coat of apothecary white I think kind of ruined it for me. Well, you know, we learn. All about the learning. Is that already? God, I love dry brushing. It's such a good technique. So efficient. Where's my Stormhost silver? There you are. First, before we do that, get back and do Space Wolves Grey a little bit on here. I kind of like the slight blue tint it gives. And now, tip extra shiny. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'm not really going for that artwork aesthetic. I'm just, you know, just painting it until I think it looks nice. That's all. Okay. This I need to dry brush in Corax White. I'm not quite... Am I ready to do that? I am. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. Where's my Corax White? There's my Corax White. God, there's so many bits of tissue with paint on it. Of course, it's always the worst part about doing this, is the clean up afterwards, isn't it? Yeah. One Jawa almost done. I just need to wash that bannery thing and stuff again. And then ink some bits. Yeah. Dab. Dab on that white to get rid of the red. Nice and simple. Nice and easy. This is another thing I like about this. It's like, you don't have to be the best painter in the world to make these models look good, even if they're quite complex builds. The application of simple techniques. You can make something that really should be in the hands of someone who's way more experienced than I am look pretty good. I won't win any awards or competitions. But you know, I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. And that's the important thing. Yeah. God, that looks awful. Okay. You know, on some of the bits, like the purity seals, I feel like doing that wash was perfect, but on the robe, I need to go over it one more time. Because it does not look good for my body. Like, these off-white robes are probably the hardest thing I've ever had to figure out how to do. But soon it will be time to ink. And then it's almost done. Skeleton Horde. Give me. Yeah, that looks much nicer already. It won't dry this dark when it's done. Probably not completely dry, but that's fine. We can live with that. Yes, as some call it. Those have zero detail and lots of flat panels. It's the easy stuff to paint on and blend on. Yeah. Some call it retro hammer. I thought they called it old hammer. I honestly think that it's a lot easier to paint all the little details if they're on the model. Because you can see exactly what needs to go where. And also, the paints respond to the different textures and surfaces they go on. I almost spilled the skeleton horde there. That would have been tragic. Or, I mean, it would have been if I didn't have another pot of it. Completely forgotten about. Do I want to do it again on... Yeah, some of these are quite bright. That's done. Okay. Nearly done. Nearly done. I think there's some bits I need to fix. I haven't done the red on that bit. I think there's a bit of red I need to touch up somewhere else as well, if I remember right. No, that's oh no, that's okay. It's just that tiny little bit of red, and then I need to do the gold on the cloak trim. Then do a second coating of green on this. Not quite dry yet. Let's add in Oryx white. Tidy that up. Yeah. Nice and simple. What's next? What's next? What's next? Oh, was that tiny bit of red? And then I think I will just ink the reds. Oh, actually, I need to fix this bit of skeleton horde as well. A bit too light. Trying to get a good off-white is harder than getting an actually good white, I feel like. It's one of those things. I've never quite been happy with how they've turned out. But I think we're getting close to something that's satisfactory. Okay. Let's do some inks. Ink, ink, ink. Let's do the reds, which should be nice and easy. Taking Carabag Crimson and just quickly going over everything. It just makes it pop that little bit more, I like. Such a simple thing, but it makes such a huge difference. The real question is, do I want to do this to the eyes? I've never tried to ink the eyes. I'm slightly worried it'll go wrong. But at the same time, I guess it would just look like a bit of a glow effect. And we're going to go over that with Null Noil later, so it might not be so bad. I think we will. Yeah. Just a tiny little drop. I should also probably try and do a tiny little drop of white on there as well. Add a little lens reflection, you know? I shall. We'll go back and do that when it's dried. That'll probably be the very last thing we do, actually. Yeah. Oh, I just remembered I had some metal on this. Can I do that? I did. I should add some blue ink because it's a power sword to that. Do that later. Nearly done. Getting these last bits in. Other side. That's done. Give it a look. And I love Carabag Crimson. It's probably one of my favourite paints. It just makes everything just look nice. I think that dark tone really contrasts well with the gold and helps bring it out. I think it's really nice. Yeah. Of course, we'll also do this on the robe, because why wouldn't we? Add that extra bit of depth to it. Nice. I would be so sad if I made a critical mistake at some point here. Fortunately, I don't think I will. Okay, almost done. I don't think I did. Okay. That is, I think, all the redstone? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Did I do this one? I did. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's null oil all the blacks, and then, when that's done, green should be fully dried. And I can just do the thing. Actually, I think the green, I might not look it, but I think... Yeah, that's dry. Cool. Dark Angel's green over the top. And that's hopefully going to look quite nice. Yeah, I think this is really the right way to go. Good. I've not gone over the other side. The real question is, am I going to want to highlight this at all? I might do. Might do, because this is quite a dark... This is turning out to be quite dark. Well, not dark. Rather, it's more consistent than I thought it would be in its overall tone and shade. Okay, now when that's dry, I will do the trim. It's dark as an angel of dark. A dark angel, yes. I'm sure that as long as I have leaves a cloak like that, the paint will settle to where it needs to settle. Okay, everyone's favourite thing when it comes to painting Citadel miniatures. Null oil. Absolutely bathe this shit in null oil. All of it. Not all of it. Just the black bits. No! Got null oil in the eyes. That's tragic. Hopefully, we can get some of it out. Manually, that would absolutely scar my soul for life, I think. Almost done. Go away, phone. Non-oil these bits. Bit more darkness to the metallic black. Almost done. And then we get the fun job of assembly. We will just use super glue for that because I don't think the plastic glue will do what plastic glue is meant to do on a painted model. I never tried. I'd rather not and risk ruining the paint job. So super glue will do. Yeah. Okay. Main body. This shouldn't be too hard. I wish my pot would stay open so I could just dip in, you know? There we go. Oh my god, I forgot to put green on this seal. I will do that now. After I finished inking this. Yeah. Nearly done. Some on the silicon grey. I just realised I should have put Carabag Crimson on the browns as well. Do that as well. Yeah. Right. What else is next? Probably null and oil the sword. Add a bit more depth to it. Ooh, that might be a bit too much null and oil. That's fine. Okay. I think that's that or that. Is there anything on here I need to do? Not really. Okay. Things I need to do next. I need to do the trim on the cloak. Add some highlights to the cloak. Ink the power modules on the sword in blue. Assembly. That's kind of it, really. Oh, possibly do some highlights, but that's turning out to be quite a lovely combination of greens. I really like that. Yeah, yeah. It's very dark, but like, got a nice contrast, and it's like it's got this very like mottled kind of effect on the cloak is what's happened. That's quite nice. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Nazdrag yellow. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Yeah. Okay. Last bit. Woo! Ben Jaffa, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Oh, I didn't null and oil that bit. I'll do that at the end. Yeah. Oh, happy little accidents like this green colour. I thought I was going to have to highlight it a bit, but no, the contrast has done its job. Oh no. Gone over some of the points of the green. I don't think I actually have a yellow for that. Maybe I'll just use gold. Retributor armor? Yeah. No, it's not quite the same tone. I'll have a think. Have a think and check what paints I actually have. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have a drink. Oh no! Oh. I'm gonna have to correct that with some white. Oh well. That's fine. Not the end of the world. We should have anticipated that, really. A little bit of Corax white once it's dried should fix that. Do I really want to leave that? What greens do I have that I can just add a little bit of an emphasis to higher? Glows dry. Stone glow is going to dry a bit. It's going to dry darker. I thin it down and just dab a bit of warped stone glow on these higher raised bits. That might do the job. Actually, with the yellow on it, you barely notice the greens on there. Okay. Right, I was going to null oil that little bit of armor that I missed. Very quickly. Where's my null oil? I was going to Carabag Crimson the leather on the holster. And I was going to put some blue on the power points on the sword. Thanks! Cataphractii Terminators look amazing though. Is that what you've been painting tonight, Vax? Fucking love the way Cataphractii Terminators look. They are probably my favourite Terminator. Oh, I forgot. I've got to do yellow on this bit. Blah! I'm almost done. I'm almost finished. And then we can assemble it. And then we can base it. What we've done is we've magnetized the base so that it can fit onto a 30k base. And a 40k base. And we've also magnetized it so that the watchers can come off when we use his abilities in-game. Oh, I forgot that. I can't believe it. I completely forgot that I was going to paint that oath seal that I keep saying I've forgotten and I'm going to do again. What's here? Warp lightning. A little bit of warp lightning. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna take some Caliban green and dunk it on it. Just for the coverage. Run here! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? How are you doing? Do I have a mod? Do I have a mod to shout Brunhild out? Let me give you a shout out. How was your stream? Welcome Raiders, I'm Tiger. I am a comfy Tiger VTuber. I play variety games, I do hobby streams. I like to play games with chat. It's a comfy time here mostly. Just a comfy time with a silly little guy. Yeah. So today we are painting Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels. Every Friday is usually a hobby stream, so we're either doing Warhammer or building Gundams. So next week I will be on holiday over the weekend, so I'll be moving my hobby stream to Wednesday. I'm going to be building a Gundam. Destiny 2. I've only played Destiny 1. You prefer Tartarus Terminators? Oh. I don't know, I like the Cataphractii look, but I might be biased because, like, the Cataphractii look very knightly, and I just love that aesthetic. Where is my Corax White? Gonna add some Corax White to go over where the yellow's gone onto the white on the other side. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for trusting me with your community. Yeah. We are just having a nice, cozy, comfy time, as we always do. Listening to Lo-Fi Girl, enjoying some painting. Of white. Oh god, there's also some green that came through as well. Well, me thinking it was that easy. No chance. Imagine things being easy. Never. I've just realized I'm painting off screen again. Okay. That's that. What else did I need to do? I was going to Carabag Crimson the gun. And then, what was one more thing I was going to do before the assembly and basing. Not the gun itself, just the gun holster. Get a nice more redder tone on that leather. Oh yes, I was going to do some Caliban green on those seals. I mean, Dark Angels green on those seals. And then... where is it? Where's my Dark Angels green? There's my Dark Angels green. Do I want to highlight that cloak a bit more? I kind of like the subtle shading on it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it needs to be super high contrast. But it does look good when it's got a super high contrast. Choices. Right, I think... oh, one last thing. Tiny bit of Tyran blue on the power points on the sword. Okay, maybe I needed to have more Tyran blue. Why is it so dark? It's never been this dark before when I've painted Tyran blue on sword silver. Usually it's quite brilliant. Okay, well, we can go for a more subtle thing. That's fine. But I think that's us done with the paint side. Let's put our builds together, have a look, see if there's anything we want to change before we start basing. Now, with this one, we've magnetized the arm, so we can do a Horus Heresy arm, where he's not got the shield. Or we can do a 40k arm, where he does have the shield. We've tried to go for a more Heresy era style color scheme on him. Okay, where's my glue? There's my glue. The shield is cool. I'm very happy with this model. It's such a cool model. Like... yeah. Okay, I will be done soon, I think. Night, Punk. Yes. Good old glue. Okay. Now, backpack. I really like that gold. It looks so good. I'm really happy with how this model has turned out. Oh, there is one last thing I must do. I must do some weathering. So I always put my characters on a muddy field. And I think that's the most appropriate for the lion because of his forest walk thing and his whole, like, you know, Knight of Caliban into nature business. So, yeah. I think what we'll do is we'll muddy up his feet and robes a little bit so that, you know, it'll look cool. That's kind of what I always do. I feel like it adds to the miniature. Just a little bit, you know? Oh god, there's more white I need to correct there. Okay, I will do that. I will do that. I think I'll finish gluing him up first, because I only have the head left to do. Okay, once we get that done, we will finish the basing. And yeah. Add some weathering, finish the base. Yeah, it's starting to look... Oh no. Did I not put enough glue on this? I don't think I did. It's such a cool miniature. It's such a cool miniature. I'm really happy with it. Yeah. Okay, what do I need to do next? For the weathering. Ooh, I'll wash this paint off. This next bit is always super easy. Get a little bit of silver nest bark. Teensy little bit. And we just dry brush this around the feet. Nice and simple. And around the feet and the bottom of the robe. Is there any paint? I wiped all the paint off the brush. Rip. Can't believe I've done that. I can't believe I did that. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I know what I should do. And this is how I should paint it. I should get the paint. Paint up the sides of the base. As I always do. Then when there's no paint left on the brush, well, barely any paint left on the brush in order to do this, then I'll dry brush it. And then, I think to make sure there's as little on the main guy, I don't really care too much about the way the watchers look, because they're just tokens that represent a buff. Just use them to get a little bit more of the paint off. Now, we'll do this. Yeah. Yeah. That was nice and simple. Okay, let's do that Corax white. It's found I needed to do. A bit on my palette. Try and use. Do anything else? Or use anything? Yeah. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Yeah. 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 Okay. What's next on the basing? Okay, well, first of all, we're going to... Where are my clips? Where are my clips? Oh, they're over there. Get rid of these and glue him directly to his base. And then this goes... Yeah. Putting these guys down on here so we know exactly how it's all going to fit together. Yes. Okay. Do I want to glue him first, or do I want to... No, I will pop the texture paint on first. I just need to have a vague idea of how he's going to be positioned. Okay, so that's where I'll leave space. I could bit of paint, mark out where the feet are going to be. Not a proper mark, but it'll do. Now we use texture paint, and we're going to use a bunch of floral, well, not floral stuff specifically, but like, yeah, there's going to be some stuff on the base. That's the Heresy base. It uses a smaller base for Horus Heresy for some reason. I don't quite know why. I guess that's because they have those display bases, don't they? Ah! Cat, stop pressing the button that makes the app throw things at me. Why? Why, cat? Why must you bully me? I did nothing. Nothing. My cat is still trying to sleep on my keyboard. The keyboard is not a pillow, cat. It is not. Okay. That part of the base done. Let's get one. Got some stuff there. I think with the line we can just put a bit of everything. It's like they've got all that forest walky stuff. Smaller base slots into the bigger one. Yeah. Well, in 40k it's just the one base. Which is just a bit weird, honestly. I would have thought like when the same character crosses over from one game to the other, they'd kind of like try and make it a bit samey, consistent rather. Not like nature isn't consistent, so we're not going to be super consistent about what color and what anything is on here. Gonna put some bits on. Can you please get off my thumb and onto the base? Thank you. Bunch of different colors. Just to, you know, seem kind of like its own thing. Usually I try and like have units with like match their bases, but like he's an independent character, so I guess I don't really need to think about that so much. I don't feel like I need to. He's got that big kind of stride in his step as well, so we can kind of do whatever, really. that that's done. Does he stand? He stands! Adia stands. Oh. You think the people who design the different bases are in two different... Yeah, I can see that. The one is like a diorama, thinking about it from the position of a diorama, and the other is thinking, oh, what works in the game? A bit silly, really. I really hope this holds. It looks like he's actually stuck to the grass instead of the fucking base, which is a bit annoying. But it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Get a bit more of the texture paint down. Apparently it hardens into like a cement kind of substance. I'm sure it'll be fine. As long as I leave it to dry. So, now we're gonna just... These guys I don't really need to worry about so much because they're just magnetized on. As long as I leave a bit of space for them to like just pop on and off, they'll be okay. Given the nature of how this stuff acts like a bit of a cement once it's dried, probably best I not attach that base to this base before it's fully dried, which means I'll leave this to set overnight before I like put it all together and start taking pictures. Usually I like to take pictures straight away, but I figure it can wait. Especially because it's already quite late and I have work in the morning. Oh god, it's already 12:30. I did not mean to stay up this late. But I was able to finish this really cool model in one night, in one sitting. It's a bit like the book, really. It's the kind of thing, like everything to do with the line has so far been, oh, I just want to keep going, really. And I end up going until it's like silly o'clock at night. And then it's like, oops. Well. But you know, it's fun. Fun doing this with you guys. Pop some bits on the base around. Ah, stop pressing the button to make the app throw stuff at me. For fuck's sake. He's just using my keyboard as a pillow at this point. It's midnight. Yes, at least in the UK it is. I don't know where you are. But yeah, it's quite late here. Okay. Add a ring of flowers here. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe throw some static grass. Sprinkle in some static grass in amongst everything at the end. Yeah, I think that'll do. I can't believe. Wait, how long has the stream even been going? Oh god, it's been almost 5 hours. This was not what I expected tonight. Then again, whenever I'm doing something for the first time, it always goes much longer than I expect it to. What colour don't I have? I don't think I've got yellow. Already got that colour. Right. Last things last. Pull that away and sprinkle some static grass across it, just to add a bit of inconsistency, because nature's not consistent, so we shouldn't be either. It's actually my first time doing this colour scheme as well. I really should have probably practiced on like a legionary from like Horus Heresy or a Space Marine or something, but you know, I wanted to do this. Yeah. Okay. I think that is us. That is us. We have finished. We have finished. We're going to leave that to dry, and then we'll take some pictures of it in the morning. Well, not in the morning, after work. Oh. Because I do actually have work first thing in the morning. Ah. I have to wake up in like 4 hours. Ugh. 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 That's literally my mood right now. Can I raid someone? Do I know anyone who's doing Warhammer stuff? Oh, I know someone who's playing Vermintide. That'd be fun. I fucking love Vermintide. I need to play it more often. I need to play it with chat. Yeah. 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 As always, thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with me. I love you all. I will be streaming on Monday. We're going to continue reading The Lion, Son of the Forest. And on Tuesday, we'll continue Elden Ring. And then we'll do our hobby stream on Wednesday. And then I've got games with chat on Thursday. And have a nice weekend off. I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, wherever you are in the world. It is our raid message if you are a subscriber. I love you all. I'll see you next time, okay? Bye.